And the playlist is broken too. That's nice. Like the ticker's not picking up again. Oh god, okay. Let me see if it's picking it up now. For some reason it's like... It's working now. Alright. Hello guys, I cannot tell how many of you are in the chat because it's not telling me. Yeah, so we're gonna be doing some... Well, not some. We're gonna be doing a bit of a showcase stream this time. I'm gonna be showing you how to do various things in Bone2.exe if you're interested in modding it. I figured this would be a faster way to do this all at once, and if you have any questions, I'll be able to answer them live. So this should be okay. Right, so let's not stall and switch to the dev scene. We're a bit overdue. Okay, I'll turn on display capture, and you're not going to see anything other than the Nostalgia Critic Mountains at the moment, because this happens to be my wallpaper right now. I'm gonna open up Unity Hub, and this looks a little bit different from what you may be used to, but functionally it's exactly the same. This is just an older version. I just didn't bother downloading the new one because I'm used to this one. Show the bobblehead Jumpscare. We will. And I think the chat replay is delayed again. Is there a cage on demand? If I press send like A right now, it should just send a string of messages. Or it's just very delayed, I don't know. Doesn't show up for me either now. Anyway, I think we can start. I have a list of things that I need to do during this stream. So first of all, let's add the project to the Unity list. Far behind the stream. Okay. If you click this live button on the video player, it should skip you to the most recent point on the stream. That's how it usually works, by the way. Oh, and you see the chat replay is just broken, so I might just close it altogether. But this should be fine, even with the delay. I can just answer a question a bit later. Actually, I should probably send this over to the actual server as well. Okay, right. Yeah, the chat replay is broken. I just turned it off. All right. Get some water. All right, so let's start by pressing the add button. And when you download the source files, you'll need to locate where the Bone2 public folder is, because this is the one that contains Visual Studio Code assets library. This is basically how the project is constructed. And hello, Denise. We have just started, so it's okay. Right now, I'm explaining how to add the project to your Unity Hub. So I made a second one here. It's the exact same right now. I just haven't opened it yet because I wanted to show you how exactly this is supposed to look. The only difference here is that I have the library folder already made. But don't worry about that because the application is going to make this by itself. I just have it with me so that it takes less time to open the project. So we have this selected, and then you press the select folder button down here. And then it's going to add it to your Unity Hub. Now in this older version, it doesn't open the project automatically, but in your case it should. But just in case it doesn't, if you just click it, it should open it again. Open it anyway. And yeah, this is what you're gonna see a lot of times when you're gonna be working with this. The importing part takes like roughly maybe a minute to finish if it's for the first time, and if you have to reload the project then it's a bit faster. When it's creating the library files, it's gonna take like maybe 4 to 5 minutes, maybe even more. So don't worry about that taking a while. Anyway, I haven't opened this before, so I'm not exactly sure how long this is gonna take, but it shouldn't be too long. In the meantime, I'll explain what I'm gonna be doing on the stream. So I'm gonna be making a level, like everything that you need to know to make a level in the game, and how to replace levels, how to assign them to the build settings, and also later I'll show you how to mod the graphics, and also by Echo's request I will be also applying a sprite skin to a boss, and I'll show you how to change the display sprites with the sprite skin script. And if you have any other questions, I'll try to do those as well. All right, but now we are in the project. And yeah, as you can see, for me this opens automatically, but sometimes it does not. This is basically just a basic guide on how to on what you can expect to find in the project. There's some brief descriptions on how to do certain things, but I also linked the manuals that you can find in the actual Unity manual. So I recommend you check those out as well. All right, so I'm not sure how far any of you got modding this so far. The mod thing for others to play. Well, the way this is right now, you basically have to make your own game for it to work. I'm not sure if just a data folder would work. This is also my first time like modding the game as well, like making a moddable game. So there's still some things I don't really quite get. I know you can make like Unity packages and make it so the game loads those packages so that it's like loads data outside of what the exe in the data folder has. But I haven't really done that. So this kind of assumes you'd want to like make something more than just like a slight edit. But yeah, I'll just show what you can do with the project as it is. I'm gonna put on some music just in case. Just something in the background. Alright, so where did we stop? So I'll show you basically where everything is at the beginning. Let's start from the end, because the more easily understandable folders are in the back. So the Readme file I already explained. This is something you should read on your own time. This is the game key. This is basically what the game uses for loading and saving the save files for the game. And this is also the same for the settings. If you want to just make your own game key and like for your own game, just change these values to something else, and you can change these key elements by just holding left click and going like back and forth, or you can just type something in manually yourself. It's a byte, so it's 0 to 255. But I'm not going to be changing these. We'll leave this as default. Next is the text folder, and this one's pretty self-explanatory as well. It's just all the text for all the cutscenes. Nothing really too complicated about this. You can see from the sample text files in the game more or less how this functions. I will say, just in case, if there is one space between messages, actually I'll open this up so you can see it better. Let's zoom this in. Oh, I don't think I can. Okay. Well, basically, if there's one empty line, then it's going to go to the next, like clear the text box and go to the next part of the conversation. And in the square brackets, you have these parameters. I believe these are the only three that you really need to worry about. The font size, emotion, and talker. Talker, it corresponds to which person is talking, and this is assigned in the actual script. Like if I go to, like, say a boss fight with assassin, which is 1-11. And don't worry about seeing this cyan, because that's just the shaders still compiling. There you go. So we have the text box canvas here. When we have the talker value 0 means the left profile will be active, which is Jumpscare, and his sprites are also set here, as well as the text file which plays during the dialogue. And the right one is the boss, so this is talker 1. Now the emotion parameter here, 0, 0, 2, and 1. First time I saw them, my computer kinda died. It's just shaders, don't worry. So emotion 0 corresponds to the element of the faces array. So emotion 0 is element 0, emotion 1 is element 1. And this is the same for the assassin profile. Assassin with emotion 0 would be this, and assassin with emotion 1 would be this. And this one's loud. I know. Right. If you were to make a translation of the game for the game, would you have to update the game font first, then just rewrite the text file? Probably, but I haven't checked what accents the font actually has. You probably could. Actually, let me check. This is how you enable objects, by the way. I'm doing this right now. This is a bit out of order. I'll go back to this when I actually make a level. So this is the text part of the text box. So if I try to add an accent, what the fuck? Okay. GPU performance opened up. Yeah, so it has, I think it has most accents, except this one. This is strange. The S is a ghost. Okay, it's clearly not like a natively supported thing, but it's okay. Without accents, you probably could do whatever you want, but you would probably need to make a new font if you're using Cyrillic. I hope that answers your question. Anyway, I think I explained the emotions. Basically, this corresponds to an element in the sprite array for each profile, and this just says which profile is being set. And font size is self-explanatory. It's basically just sets what size the font is. If you want a very direct example, I'll show you Mr. Mix. As you can see, his emotion is gradually increasing. Like here it is 0, which is the first one. Emotion 1 is the second one. Also note, the talker does not need to be redefined again. You only need to redefine what you're changing. Which means if you're just using the same face and same talker and everything is the same, you can just add text like this, and it will just use the same values it had before. And yeah, you can see here this font goes from 10.9 to 16 to 56. So yeah, this is basically how it works. The most complex one I can show you is this is just the crash message. This is just what shows up when you crash. This is the ending, and this one's a bit more elaborate. It has the event attribute, and this is called is used by the ending sequence event. If you want to see more from that, just look up the ending sequence script. But basically, whenever this value here is called in the square brackets, it increases the event attribute by 1. So when it's called here, it's set to 1. When it's called here, it's set to 2. And there's also this hide time value, which basically it hides the text box for this amount of seconds. So it hides the text box for 2 seconds here, then it hides it for 5 seconds here. It's pretty self-explanatory. Over here it's for 10 seconds. This is for when he is throwing those antiviruses at Rouge. I don't know how you pronounce her name. I think it's Rouge. Okay. This was just the text, but don't worry, it's not as complicated as I make it sound. I can turn this up a bit actually. So streaming assets, this one is probably the easiest one. It just has the video and sound files. Now, streaming assets is a special type of folder that Unity will not pack into anything. It will just export it as is. So everything that you need here is just as is. So TrueMIDI has all the actual MIDI files in here, as well as the sound font that the game comes with. Recorded MIDI is the same, except the MIDI is recorded as OGG files. These don't have to be the same thing, and you can edit them even in the exported exe. Sounds is all the sound effects for the game. And you can add more sound effects, but be wary that the game will only load a specific amount of sounds, which is 135, I believe. Yeah, 135, because that's the amount of sounds that is in here. And after that, it will not load any more sounds. This is just to prevent the game from loading too many sounds. If somebody just dumps like 4 GB of sounds, I don't want the game to be loading all of those when it starts. Just a safety measure. Alright, and these tracks, they're very unbalanced. Alright, so shaders, you probably shouldn't really bother with it, but it contains all the shaders that the game uses. I can't really go into detail on this at this time. If you're interested, just look up Unity shader graph, that's what they were made in. And yeah, the materials are what the sprites use. You can find all the different materials for your sprites here. If you can't find anything, it should be in here. Outline, I believe, yeah, this is a special material that this is what the heal enemies use. And this one is used for, this is used for the enemies that drop health or 1-ups, and this is used for the enemies that have been killed and respawned. You can edit their parameters here, but remember that whatever you edit here will be applied to every enemy that has this material. So if I just change the outline color here, all the enemies that use this material will also have this different color applied here. You can change how the sphere looks. I believe it's, yeah, it's this button here. By default it's a sphere though. But for this game it's probably better to be like a plane. Okay, that's the shaders, nothing really to look into there. Settings is just the game's internal settings, as well as some like normal scriptable objects. This one, for example, is for the options graphics. It just stores all the button settings for the options. Again, not something you really need to worry about. This is just a scene template that Unity has. This is an audio mixer, which you might be interested in. If you need to apply like a different audio effect, you'll need to open the window first of all. And yeah, this is just what the audio mixer looks like. You can select either sound effects, music, or master, which is both of them. The volume here is controlled in the settings, so you can't really edit this too much here. But you can add effects over here. Anything else that I need to mention here? I don't think so. If you want to mess around with these effects, you can do that on your own time. There's too many of them to really cover them in a stream like this. But you get the idea. It's just the audio controller. So next is the scripts folder, and there's a lot in here. So the scripts folder, as you can see, is split up. I'll zoom this in a little bit. So the most common scripts are out in the open. So DataShare is a script that is used pretty much on every scene. It's basically a script that stores the data between scene loading. It also has all the functions for calling audio. Pretty much everything that is used across the entire game is a function in this script. So I recommend you check out the entire script by yourself if you're gonna be editing scripting in the game. GameMaster, on the other hand, is a script that is used inside the levels themselves, and it's only on this GM object up here. As you can see, it has the level ID explicit next to level, which is something you don't really need to use unless you wanted to go to a different level than the next one on the list. World mode, and the tooltips also help you understand what these parameters do. Like the world mode affects the enemy behavior and their drops. Pooled gore, pooled bullets, and pooled impacts. This basically means how many of each of these objects it will load on start. So if I need to, for example, make an enemy explode into gore, it's going to use one of these 5 gore objects that were preloaded when the scene was loaded. This helps with performance a little bit, because they don't need to be spawned at runtime. They just need to be made visible. Yes, exactly. Basically like Happy Mouse. In fact, I'll go to Happy Mouse now, just to show you an example of what this looks like. The Happy Mouse levels are located in here in the special folder. There's only 2 of them. Yeah, you can see in this GM it goes to level 2-7, and in S-2 it goes to 6-7. But an important thing to note is that this is Dark Mode World 2, and the other one is Light Mode World 2. But if your life count dictates you can't go to Dark World or Light World, it will just take you to the correct one for your life counter. I hope that makes sense. So essentially I could just put in 2-7 here and it would basically mean the same thing. But for the sake of consistency of this being Dark World, I put in 6-7. But it basically does not matter. Okay, so we were doing scripts still. I'm not gonna cover every single script because that would take too long, and they are already commented. MGInput is, again, not something you really need to know too much about how it works, but it does contain every wrapper function for how to get a key press or a button press or a D-pad direction. Basically, it takes the new input system and it wraps it in functions that resemble the old input system. That's basically how it works. I can show you like an example maybe. In Visual Studio Code, you will most likely have these references pop up here, and you can see basically where this was used in all of the scripts in the game. So if you want to, for example, get whether the jump button was pressed for 1 frame, it's called out like this. So MGInput controls player jump, and this corresponds to, I had an input window here somewhere. Input debugger. I believe this was in the settings, actually. Universal. Pipeline settings. It's okay. I think it's fine. It was in here, which is like, yeah, okay. The input script here as well, it has these actions which they need to be put in here for the game to recognize them, and they need to be the same as they are in the input manager script. I will have to load this from my saved layout. Just give me a moment. Yeah, input master, and this is, I need to figure out where this is again. 1 second. Okay, I see. Let me go back to the default layout again. So this is in the components. I forgot this is like by default where Unity saves it. So yeah, input master is basically a script that Unity generates itself when it uses the input set and uses the new input system. Let me see. I wish it didn't open this. I need to find where this is again. Analysis. Sorry, I'm kind of stopping here. It's just I was sure I knew where this was. Okay, here it is. Okay. In assets components you can find this, and this is where all the inputs are. All the inputs can be found. So for the player, these are all your actions, although some of them are not used, like crouch. Any is used for the gamepad only. Debug, again, this is not really used in the final game. And UI, yeah, this is just for mouse clicks. This is probably fine as is, but if you want to know how to add an action, essentially you need to press this plus button, you need to name the action something, and then add a binding to it. So for example, like maybe I want H or G on keyboard, then I set it to G, and then apply it to keyboard. And then when I have this action, you need to I save the asset, and then in the DataShare script I also add the CF action if it's something the player does, and then the game will recognize the action. But I'm not doing that right now. This is just to show you how to do it. Okay, so yeah, inputs that the game reads. In a nutshell, that's all it is, and also the list of actions. The reason it needs these actions, by the way, is it takes the string here, so you don't really need to make a convoluted reference. It just passes the action as a string, which makes it a bit easier to put in many times at once. That's basically the gist of it. Object enabler, this is kind of a basic one. All it really does is enable the object when it is inside the camera bounds. So if an object is not viewed by the camera, it will basically just turn itself off. That's all the script does. And setRandomState is a script that is only used once, and that is I believe this is, yeah, it loads, it sets the random the RNG seed to a specific value, which means that all the RNG in the game will be always consistent. How do I explain this? Basically, the RNG will not be truly random, it will just be the same every time. Like you can see that Mr. Mix's keys that rotate around him, the order that they're set in is called by RNG, but because the RNG is consistent, they always show up in the same way. Okay, that was just 4 scripts. These ones I will just kind of gloss over. So cheat input, you can find all the cheats here. If you know C#, you can even add some of your own. It's pretty well documented, I'd say, so yeah, just read it on your own. Game settings, this is an object that basically just stores all the game settings. Again, music volume, music toggle, music type, if sound font is selected. Again, it's all commented, what the limit is, what the setting type is as well. And here they are all on the list. Save load is basically just a system to save data to a file and load data from the same file. And the same goes for the settings file as well. Player contains all the specifically player related scripts. So player control, probably the most expansive one. This is just all the scripts for moving the player around and the player interacting with the level. Player aim control is a separate script that is used for aiming your gun. And head follow is, as the name suggests, just the script responsible for Jumpscare's head following his body. So, God, okay. My throat is really dry today, I'm sorry. Obstacles refer to the obstacles that are on the level. So camera head behavior for camera heads. Chain reaction start. It's basically what the targets have on them to start the chain reaction for the lock blocks. That's a weird word to say. Find alternate land spot. This is used by Bloody Mary's satchels in light world. If she throws a satchel, there's some chance that it will land on a semi-solid instead of the ground, if there is a semi-solid above where it wants to land. Jump button is the obstacle for the jump, for the extra jumps on the level. It's basically just its entire function here. Laser is for the laser. Maze behavior, I even made this on stream, so yeah, it just rotates the maze around, and it also works for setting its variables in the editor. Satchel tick, it's just the ticking satchel on the ground before it explodes. Secret ring is, you know, it will, it just controls everything the secret ring does. Skeleton arm, the things that pop up from the ground. And target hit is just what the target's used. Did my playlist fall asleep again? Okay, no, it just had a really long post music section. Okay. So that's obstacles. Movement. It's a bunch of like sample scripts on moving an object in various ways. So move to target, rotate towards target, which it will just face, rotate towards whatever object you want. Screen wrap, appropriate since we are at the Happy Mouse level. It will basically wrap any object that escapes the bounds. And even though in the Happy Mouse level you only see this done left to right, it does also work up and down. Let's see, for example, I disable Happy Mouse right now and get rid of the ground, which the ground is just here. And I need to add a tile editor window, which I should have done already anyway. Let's say I don't want any ground here. If I start the level now, as you can see, it also wraps him up and down. So if you want to use this for a normal level, you can. Just watch out, because it was really only made for this level, so I'm not sure how compatible it is. But it does work. There's gonna be a small guide on how to make a simple enemy as well, or could we look at the trash bag code for that? I might do that a bit later. I have editing enemy parameters on the list, so you should be able to get an idea on how to make a custom enemy. Because the enemies pretty much all use the same series of scripts and then their own behavior on top. So a velocity cap is very simple. It just caps the velocity of an object so it cannot go faster than its specific range. For example, the player here has it set here to -24 and 29, and horizontally -25 and 25. This prevents him from endlessly accelerating. Let's say I have him... Let's say I make his value on horizontally 5 and -250. What this is going to do is... when he goes this direction, he's going to move really slow, but when he goes left, he's going to keep speeding up because his maximum velocity allows it. And yeah, taking him a while to slow down as well. So if the velocity is capped, it's normal. That's what the script does. Spawn velocity, pretty simple, just sets an object's velocity when it spawns. Sign movement is sign movement between relative points. It will basically move an object in a sign back and forth, like a ping pong, between two specific points. This is used like on the UI. Like, I think it's only used on the UI actually, I can't really recall. Oh no, I think, yeah, the flying items I think use it as well. There's a variance of the sign movement also, we'll get to those. Also hello pizza dough. So for menus and UI, there's a lot of things here. Yeah, okay, let's start with the dialogue system, maybe. So this script is responsible for the actual control of the dialogue when a cutscene happens. Dialogue system tier list is the same, except it's a variant to include tier list support. As you can see, it inherits from the base dialogue system. And yeah, I believe, yeah, all this really does is it changes some of the values so that it looks a bit different than it does everywhere else. Text animator is it's a bit complicated, but it's basically responsible for all the animations of the text. Like when it shows up, the sign movement, and the text disappearing. It's all done here. Text reveal is like a secondary to the dialogue system. It basically tells when it's showing the text, when it finished showing the text, and when it's time to reset it and clear it. It's all done here. Tier list, again, this is just the tier list stuff. So the cursor actually refers to the fake cursor that appears when the tier list is happening, when the tier list is being updated. Tier list menu, again, this is just for the actual display. For the event of you being added to the tier list. Okay, UI system. This is, I believe, used only for the options menu. So if I can add the options menu to make it more easy to see. Where is this? Okay, UI. And this was in the options canvas. This is gonna, yeah, this just shows up like that. So we've got here the content of the canvas. So the arrows script, sorry for going back and forth, but Unity is kind of like that. So menus and UI and UI system. Menu arrows is this type of option. You can add elements like how many options are in here, and this will be displayed here. Menu button is one that is used in the other options in the menus, like in the pause menu and in the main menu. It's just your basic button. It does a function, it changes color. It's all done by this script. Menu button custom, I think, is used by the apply here. Yeah, it's basically just the normal menu button, but it has some like it has a different visual to it. Slider is the slider that is used by music and source sound effects. No, pretty self-explanatory. It has the data for the toggle as well, which is different from the Unity-based toggle. And speaking of which, toggle slider is just a small script that is like a sub-button of the slider. And then there's the actual toggle, which uses the Unity one. And it also just is responsible for these buttons. And selectable base is just a script that all these others derive from. Just so I don't have to redefine all this stuff every single time. Well, let's get rid of this. By the way, you may see this error a lot. I believe this is a bug with this version of the engine, where sometimes if a prefab is being imported, it will just have it will just throw you this error, but this does not actually do anything. If you just press clear, they will disappear, they do not stay. Okay, so we've done all these folders. Background loop is the backgrounds looping. Self-explanatory. In the levels there's like moving clouds sometimes. This is the script that does it. I'm not actually sure why this is here, unless I moved it by mistake. But yeah, it's here. Button functions is used by the pause menu and the main menu. It has some like generic functions that the buttons can use, such as die 5 times and restart, as well as level select, which is actually used in the main menu when you select play, and when in the pause menu when you press level select. So crash appear is the sequence that happens when you run out of lives or you reach below 10 lives, below negative 10 lives. The entire sequence happens here. Credit sequence, you know, it just is for the credit sequence. Cutscene player is for the video cutscenes. It will play the video and then go to the next scene that it has in store. Heads up display, all the stuff that is that happens on the heads up display, which is just health and lives, and the head as well. The head animations also are here. Level intro text is the little thing that appears. This. When this needs to be called, the animation and everything, it's done. It's called by this script. Level select is the menu for the level select. Selecting levels, changing worlds, it's all done here. Level select button, this is for switching worlds. The arrows that switch worlds. Menu is just a base script, which the pause menu, the options menu, the statistics menu, and the pause menu try from. I don't know if I said pause menu twice, I think I did. But main menu, pause menu, options, and statistics all use this script. Speaking of, there's the options menu. These are just modified menus that need to do their own specific stuff. I won't really go into detail because pause menu, options menu, same deal here. Save canvas appear. This is just for the little text that appears in the corner when you have your game loaded or you activate a cheat. It uses this script. Screen effects is responsible for fading your screen. You can refer to the script if you want to fade the screen out, for example, or fade in, and you can even set the color it needs to fade into. Let me just show you real quick, because this is a static reference. Let's say I want to fade the screen to white. Here's an example of the screen fading to white here. So calls the script itself, fade screen for 2 seconds, set to true because it's fading in, and the color is white. Yeah, it has cheats. You can check out the itch.io page to see what they are. I listed all of them. Let me go back on these changes real quick. So yeah, screen effects, fading. Statistics entry is basically like one entry on the statistics menu. Statistics menu is just what the statistics menu uses, self-explanatory. Text generate, this is a bit interesting. So this is used by the level end screen, you know, when it generates a random congratulations message. It uses free lists, which is win 1 is like take a bow or you did it, and then second, and win 2 is what it refers to the player as, so you know, king, Jumpscare, player of unknown origins. These are referred to in a text file, and you can find it here. Yes, it's inside the DataShare script, and it uses the random text asset for generating stuff. I can show you real quick how this looks. So hashtag win1, this is the first one that it's going to be setting. Then hashtag win2, this is the second separator, so these are all the other ones. Hashtag any key is the third separator. And the crash one, well, this is completely different. It's what happens when you run out of lives and the screen messes up for a second and fills it with random text. All this random text is located here. Anyway, go back to scripts, menus, text generate. Title screen is the main menu. Transition is when the transition thing appears from left to right. This is the script that controls it. UI message box is used on the yes and no prompt when it appears. And world is, again, I don't know, I guess it makes sense because it's used by the level select, but the world is just what is used to store all the levels. So a world has 11 levels. It could have less, but normally it's 11 levels. And inside DataShare here, you have all your worlds here. And each world has a subset of levels. And each level here on in this list is has its stats and completion value. So okay, that's all the menus and UI. Items should be okay, yeah. Goal script, health item script. Item drop is a base script that is used by all the other pickups. So 1-up item, special pickup is the cake. Player item touch is a script that is used to evaluate if the player can pick up the item. And these conditions differ based on what the item is. So then we have events. These are scripts that are used by like animations and animation events. So animation sound player, you can apply this, add this to a script if you want to play sounds during an animation easily. I'll show you how to do that later. So here we have data load. This is just for loading data when the game starts, used once. Ending sequence. Yeah, this is for the actual ending. So when Rouge appears, you can. When I was talking about the events during the text, this is where all these events are handled. So event 1 is case 1. This should say event 2, event 3, event 4, event 5. Oh wait, no, this is event 2. This is case 3, so event 3 and event 4. And then event 5, so jump off. And then there's event 6 that is just loading the next scene. Particle flow is, forget which one uses it, but there is, this basically checks which, got it, okay, yeah, this is used by the chain explosion. When a boss is defeated, it will play a sound where a particle has showed up. So you have accurate explosions. Play music, pretty simple. Attach this to a script, attach this to an object, and insert the string for the music that you want to play, and it will play the music. Play sound on collision, it will play a sound when an object collides, has a collision occur. Spawn object, it will spawn an object. And tutorial graphics change, this is only used when you select your extend aim option from tap to hold. It will replace the tutorial graphic to reflect your current option. It's only used for that. Okay, so next is enemies. These are all the behaviors for all the enemies. Global stats is it's the enemy's stats and world type and current HP. Basically all the generic values are stored here. Enemy hit is a generic script. It just deals with what happens when when an enemy is hit, or if the enemy touches the player. Enemy walk is used by enemies for walking. Generic adapter. This is a script that is it basically controls like the enemy's reactions to things. So what animation to play when it gets hit, what animation to play when it dies, which across all the enemies getting hit sets it to 1, and dying sets it to 2. Yes. Okay, now getting hit sets it to 3 and dying sets it to 2. Up next, there's ghost behavior. This is normal. Player contact damage, deal contact damage to the player on collision. Skull behavior is for the skull, small town, and trash bug adapter is similar to generic adapter, except it's just for the trash bugs. Yeah, this was made first. So yeah, this one is just for trash bug type enemies. It's used by the ice bugs as well, and of course the dark world trash bugs. Editing is only for scripts that are used during editing, so assign to object will automatically find a parent of a specific name and assign the object when it first can. This is, for example, used on the player, I believe. Yes, assign to object objects. Say if I were to replace this to enemies, I believe this should work, right, like that. Okay, no, it needs to be like spawned in. This will come in play later when I build the level. Options, graphics. I think I missed something. Yeah, as I was just on the first one. Background scaler is used to automatically scale the sprite so that it looks pixel perfect when it's using the perspective camera. So you have easy parallaxing by just changing the distance from the camera. Copy tiles is used by the dark main map to easily copy the tiles from the main map to the darkened one for the 3D effect. Disable icon. I believe this will just disable the icon of the player spawn if the application is playing. Set a game key. Okay, this will create a game key to encrypt the save file. Level names. Is this used? Yeah, this is a scriptable object, I believe. Yes, this is a scriptable object. It will have an array of level names for the specific world. I'll show you this in a bit more detail later. Options graphics, this is what we've seen earlier. It stores all the graphics for the options. Set sky, we'll set the sky for the specific scene. And it's actually used, not here, but it's used in every other level. Like 1-1, it's in here, set sky. You can easily replace the sky in here, like this. It can be whatever you want. Okay, up next is the items. Done the editing. Yeah, I've done everything in the editing. Debug is, don't really need to worry about this, such as FPS, resets the GameMaster, and sets the player start values. So a specific amount of health or specific amount of lives. Do this here. CameraPath, for all these scripts are responsible for moving the camera. So camera tile, vector free range. This is not really related to the camera specifically, but it's just a custom class for having a range of 2 vector frees. This is used for like horizontally scrolling the camera and vertically scrolling the camera. This is a tile, don't worry about that. Camera tile, yeah, tile name, it stores the position of the tile and it's just a class. Camera setup, it sets up the camera when the level loads. It sets up where it can and can't go. And what are the scrolling elements of the level, for example. Camera grid, same sort of deal, it displays the grid for the camera. If I go into the scene view, this is what the camera grid does. It displays this grid. You can even change the color here if you want to make it more visible. It basically shows you what the camera will see on each of those tiles. And camera control just controls the camera. Not much left of the scripts. So bullets, very self-explanatory. It's all the scripts for all the bullets. Burst shooter is it's an expansion of the bullet shooter, and both of those are responsible for shooting out the bullets. They're basically like gun scripts. The burst shooter will shoot out an arc instead of shooting them one after another, though. Bullet curve scale. I need to address something here. All these scripts are basically functionally they're the same, but they will focus on different aspects of the bullet movement, and they add different elements. To explain this better, this one will edit the bullet's scale based on its lifetime. This one will edit the bullet's speed based on its lifetime. This one will change the bullet's sprite based on its lifetime. This one will edit the trail, same as before. Yeah, these are all of the different bullet editing attributes. Bullet movement just moves the bullet. Bullet player tracker will home the bullet at the player. This is used by the suicide mouse boss. Bullet shooter, we've explained it. Burst shooter controller is used to basically talk to the bullet burst shooter more directly so that it can shoot. Move to point will move the bullet towards a specific point. Move to point curve, again, this will move the bullet towards a specific point based on its lifetime. This is used by the satchels that Bloody Mary froze when they move in an arc. And they're also used by the assassin in the first attack where she froze the knives on the ground. Both of those use this script. Mr. Mix bubble projectile, this is by bubble I mean a speech bubble. The shut the fuck up speech bubble. It will, because it's like such a different bullet from everything else, I just made it its own script. Super bullet variant. This is just used by the bullets when the player is in super mode, so it changes the material for the bullet so that it's in negative, and it changes the trail as well. Trail control, again, it controls how the trail for the bullet looks. Okay. And I'd like to reiterate that if you just want to make levels and edit graphics, you don't really need to know how any of this works. You can just leave these scripts as they are. The animation folder is the largest, so bear with me. Awake at root, it basically will enable the root. It will enable the object's root. Sorry, no. It will, I just got confused because I've been talking a while. But it will enable the object and it will automatically set its parent to be nothing. So it will go to the root of the hierarchy here. So background move, it moves the backgrounds on the level. Like when you have a background that goes left to right, this is what it will control. In fact, it's even on here. As you can see, it. If I speed this up, you should be able to see the clouds wrapping around. Where was this again? Project settings. You'll have to edit this layout to be better for you. As you can see, the clouds only move in a specific section and then they go back. And I don't think these are set right here. But it's fine. It's okay. And some of these they weren't set right, I believe. So boil animation, this is just like a simple script for having the sprite just flicker a little bit. And these are different sprites, it's not like a shader or anything. It's basically this effect. This is the boil animation and this is what it's controlled by. Boil animation UI is the same except for the UI. Boil state, it just checks which sprite is currently being displayed, and it will wrap around when it's out of range. And this is just used by the boil animation. Camera transition is this is used by the player, I believe. It should be like here. Yeah, it will animate the camera to move to the next tile. It will make that call to make that movement. Cube rotation is just used by JeffCube to move him around. Curve animator, it just shows an animation curve to animate, and this is used by a lot of the scripts for the bullet lifetime. Bullet curve color animated. Okay, this is these are like the second half of the enemy ones. So color animator, curve lifetime, scale animator, speed animator, sprite animator, and trail size. They all correspond to the ones we've talked about just a moment ago. So we have disable event, so this will just give you the ability to disable an object when an animation ends. Disable on particle end is similar, except it will disable the object when particles have finished rendering or they have just done their course. Basically, if the particle sequence has stopped, it will disable the object, and it has an option to destroy the object completely. Distortion material, this is used by the Happy Mouse. All this script does is set the distortion speed, as well as disable the movement of the background if you disable the moving backgrounds option in the settings. Event trigger, it will you can use this to activate a non-specific event by an animation. Icon UI, this is let me check again. Okay, yeah, this is for the icon on the pause menu, which is this. Yeah, don't worry about the cyan, it only does this once. It controls the color of the button, or rather the sprite of the button, like the activated one and the non-activated one. In this case, they just have a different color. Level select button animation. This is just used to move the buttons and animate them, give them the boiling animation and such. Rapid flipping is used by just the jigsaws in the ending sequence that flip back and forth like a YTPMV. Rotate animation is just a simple thing you can attach to make an object rotate. In fact, I can do that right now, because that might be funny. If I just type in rotate animation, let's add this to like 100. This is used by bullets to just spin around, but literally anything can spin. And this is very freaky. As you can see, everything still works, disturbingly so. Except I think in some cases he's shooting down. I think in some very specific angles he's shooting down, but otherwise, yeah. I can also just make his head spin if I attach it to his head. Let's make it spin at 1,000 degrees a second. Now that's incredible. So yeah, you can see there's possibilities. Okay, where were we? Rotate animation, that's somewhere down here, yes. Rotate to target, I'm not sure. Okay, yeah, this will just rotate to the target, but as an animation. With the start rotation and such. So yeah, this is more so for the animations than bullets. Shake is this is used to make the camera shake. Yeah, let me check how this is used again. I'm pretty sure it's just, yeah, okay, so this is more or less done to make an object shake rather than the camera. So I'm sorry about that. It's just to make an object shake. Sign movement. This is not between relative points, but rather just sign movement in general, up and down. Sign movement late is the same, except it does it on late update instead of update. What this means basically is this one will make the sign movement happen after everything else, so it will overwrite an animation. And sign movement UI is the same, except it works on the rect transform, which is only for the UI. Here's sprite skin. This will replace all the sprites that are being rendered by an object and replace them with sprites of the same name that you give here. Sprite trail fade is used for like bosses that emit like trails of their own sprites. This is used for those sprites. It controls how fast they fade away and disappear. And this is the main script. It controls basically how many of them are spawned at once and also how many of them are stored in memory. Okay, that's all the scripts. God. I need water. Give me a second. So we have scenes. Nothing much to say here. Game states are non-descriptive scenes like credits, the data loader, which is what you start on, level select, tier list, title screen, and the video player. Special, we've been here. These are the special levels. And while I'm here, these objects, they store the level names. We've seen this earlier, but in here you can assign the scene name, which is the name of the scene to load, and the display that shows up when the level is loaded. If you leave this blank, then no level name will appear, neither will those black bars. And this is the same for all the levels. These are all the World 1 levels, so Light World and Dark World. World 1 is here, all the names are here. And same with World A and all these other worlds are the same. You can easily access every world here. And world 4. Those are scenes. Resources. This is only used for the crash screens. So here you have all the audio for the crash screens. And if you want to add your own, there's like 2 important things. First of all, the name of the audio needs to be the same as the PNG or just the sprite of the crash screen that you're using. I don't know what Unity is doing right now. Okay. But yeah, the name of the OGG needs to be the same as the name of the graphic. And here are all the graphics. You may have noticed there's no Crash Screen 2 OGG. I'm pretty sure if you just added it to the resources, it would play no problem. But if you want to add your own crash screen, this is important. You need to go to UI and crash canvas. Inside here, it just has a variable called crash screen amount. You need to set this to be how many crash screens exist inside the folder. By default, it's 14. Otherwise, it's only going to load 14 crash screens. Because it would be too well, I don't think it's possible looking through the docs to get all the files from a folder inside the resources folder. So it's set here as 14. So if you want to add more, you need to change this value as well. And the crash message here is just the crash screen in the fake DOS prompt that shows up. So that's resources. Prefabs will leave until last. Physics are just physics objects. Nothing really to say here. They control... Actually, some of these could just be deleted, but whatever. They're used by different objects, and I think they had different values at some point. That's why they're here still. Okay. Packages, don't really worry about this. These are external packages like TextMesh Pro and Fluid MIDI. Over here you can find the emoji texture that everyone loves finding in the exported files. Graphics. All the graphics for the game are here. Everything is here. So projectiles are... obstacles are out in the open, but here we have the UI stuff. Tiles and tile objects, which is what is used to be placed on the scene. Decorative tiles. Why is this one like... Okay, I see, because I think this is a custom animated tile. Yeah, tiles. Menu, which is the title and the menu graphics. This is used for the level select, the vortex that is around the level select. Here's the world map, both light and dark. Here we've got effects. These are visual effects, so blood splatters, the warning signs, dust particles. Okay, yeah, these are used. And explosions. The giant ring is here as well, I guess, yeah. Characters, these are all the enemies, so... Enemies, GIF cube textures here, Jumpscare. All the characters are just in this folder. And the character animations are also in this folder. Here's all the bosses. And here's the portraits for the UI conversations. Here are some other animations. So these are for the UI. These are some generic ones, and these are for the bosses. Not quite sure why they are separated like this, but I just got used to them being like this. And here's the JeffCube 3D model. I made this model myself. It was very difficult. And over here we have the fonts. These are just all the SDFs that are used for the different fonts in the game. Not much to say here, these are just all the fonts. You can look for them if you want a specific one. Yeah, okay. Editor. Oh, we'll go back to editor. Components we've seen already. This is just what Unity makes for the inputs. How long did it take you to make his model? It took all of October. Yeah. Editor is just files that are used only by the Unity editor and they don't get exported into the actual exe. Now this is important because this folder contains its own sets of graphics and scenes and objects. For example, the game icon is stored here, as well as the tile graphics for the camera on the levels. Icons, this is used for the Readme. The help icon, the Readme builder, this came with the GitHub package. Here are the camera, the different camera tiles. And here are some sample scenes. You may recognize this this scene. It's not gone, it's just hidden. Here are some templates for levels. For example, we have the World 1 temple. Why do I keep saying temple? Template. And I actually want to see something because I don't remember this being a problem, but maybe it is. Let's see. Will this go off screen? Okay, yeah. You may want to edit the template because I think the clouds are going a bit too far. I think they originally went the other way and this never got changed, or it got changed but then the levels got reverted. I may need to actually update the project source files to fix this or something. But you can also change the direction they're going in here. This is backgrounds 5 and 6 are the ones. So let's say I want the movement speed to be negative 0.5 and negative 25. They're going to be going the other direction. Why is the movement speed Y set to 1? Okay, I see. And this was just a mistake. Well, let me show you how to fix this real quick. If you have your tile palette opened, I did this again by going to 2D and tile palette. Go to the background tab and you have all the backgrounds here. And the corresponding background, you can add it like this. And now that this is added, and this one as well, now they should scroll seamlessly. If we do this right now, yeah. So this was just I think a misplacement or something. But yeah, I recommend you do this to your files. I'll probably update the project files on the itch.io page to fix this. But there's scene templates for every world here. This is what Leather used as well on his dev streams. So yeah, all the scenes are here. There's also some test levels here. This one, I don't think this even works anymore, but I kept it, yeah. You can delete this if you want. But this is just what the first test scene looked like. Here's test 1, and this was like a level I made for a GIF to show that you can easily make your own level. This is like a secret level you could play. It still works, it looks like. It's nothing really too special, but it might be interesting, I guess. I also made this to show Leather how to make levels. And test 2 is a bit more elaborate. It's what I used to test all the game's features. It's not really something you can play, but it's just a showcase of all the different elements. You could open this up and like play around with some of the elements here. Alright. Let me check my list. Done 3 things. Okay, a load of seed. I'm gonna BRB real quick, get some more water, and then I'll make a level. I'll show you how to make a level from start and how to replace it with an existing one. So yeah, I'm gonna be right back in just a few minutes, so sit tight. Alright, I am back. Let's go back to the dev scene. And let's actually go back to the beginning. So game state, data loader. Let's pretend we've just started the project, okay? I'll restore the layout to the default. Just so you can again see where everything is. So right now we're gonna be making a custom level, just a little sample level, and we'll be replacing maybe just 1-1 with our new one. So yeah, let's start with making this new level. So what you want to do is you want to go to editor, then scenes, templates, and then world 1 template for the light world. We have added these clouds here for better looping. And here is this template. Now, this is this error here. This might be a bit annoying. So if you wanted to render the game in its native resolution, which is 960 by 540, I have this here already, but you're not gonna have it. So you want to press plus here, and then with the fixed resolution, you want to type 960 by 540, and you can label it whatever you want, and it's going to create the same thing as I have here. So let's go over what's inside this level template. You have the GameMaster, which I've told you what this has. You will need to set the level ID here. Because this is level 1-1, it can stay as it is. But if you're replacing a different level, then you will need to set this here as well, because this will also control what the level stats will be saved to, and also what the next level it will go to, and also what level name it will read. Because if I set this to like 1-2, it's going to load the level 1-2 name. So just keep this in mind. Camera main. This just has the basic camera. You shouldn't move this object. In fact, it's set to static here. What you can do, however, is move this camera transform to give it a different starting position. This basically controls where the camera starts. So let's say I wanted to start like to the left here. And I'm going to do that because I'm supposed to be teaching you things. So the thing is, though, you don't really have to move it. This is just for convenience during the editing. But the camera will snap to whatever tile the player is on. So if the player is on in this space here, indicated by these thicker lines, the camera will start in this quadrant or sector of the level. If I move the player, say, to here, the camera is going to be... Oh, wait. That's right. The camera, where the player spawns is controlled by this player spawn object. But you can just delete it, and then it's going to not change the player's position, as you can see here. But if you wanted to stay, then just focus on this player spawn object, move it wherever you want the player to start. For example, we moved it here, and the camera snaps to this position automatically. So, we have our background. This one has the sky and all the background elements. Everything is in here. We have our grid. This is where all our tiles and objects will be. Light 2D, this is the lighting on the scene. If you want to do some advanced lighting, check out the boss levels for Assassin and Bloody Mary. By default, it's just basic stuff like this. It controls how lit up the sprites are. DataShare, this is just used between levels, so you don't really need to change anything here, except like here you can set the player start values. Event system, don't worry about this, this is just used for Unity, picking up player inputs. Heads up display canvas, this shows the heads up display on the level. And decorative grid is responsible for props or background tiles on other decorations. And the music is what the music on the level will be. It doesn't have to be the World 1 light theme, it can be whatever. So just to show you, I'll set this to World 2 dark. And if you enter an invalid name here, pretty sure this is just going to fail. Let me check. Yeah. Let's set this to dark. Player went here, yeah. So, let's start by placing the player somewhere here. I wanted him to be like to the left here. Let's say here. And here, before I do anything else, save the scene with a new name. Let's say I want to make a new folder here. Call it like, let's say custom. And we'll name this 1-1A. So now we have our 1-1A. And we'll carry on with normally making our level right now. So we need tiles, and for that we will go again to 2D and tile palette. This is in here. And let me go over all the different palettes that come with the source files by default. You have background, camera pathing, props, which are all the props, and tiles. These ones are very concise. So let's start by mapping out our camera's path, where it can go. So the way you can do that is by using these three tiles. This white one is the basic one, and what this is going to do is it will keep the camera static in the spot, but when it goes to the next screen, it will transition to it. This green one here is a horizontally scrolling sector. It will move the camera horizontally left and right. And over here, this red one is going to be vertically scrolling up and down. So we're going to make maybe like, let's say we'll make it like this. We'll have this special thing maybe be here. Or no, we'll have the exit be here, and we'll have the special item be like, I don't know, like up here. A static camera. So we have our level set up here. Let's put these two together. And the goal we have here, let's move it like here for now. Alright, so our basic level layout is laid out. Let's go to tiles and switch our active tile map to main map. It's very important that you pay attention to which active tile map is, because this is where the level, where the tiles will be placed. So by shift and box selecting, you will delete, and by just simply left clicking, you will place tiles. You can also place tiles with the brush, like this. There's also a paint bucket, which will fill like a set area of tiles. And then an eraser, although I never use it because it's not really needed. And this is just a select tool. You can do some specific operations on it this way. But there's actually some more tools that are missing from this, which for some reason are hidden by Unity. So I believe you need to go to preferences. Let me just check real quick. Yes, okay. So preferences in tile palette, you have some extra tools like flip X, flip Y, rotate clockwise, and rotate counterclockwise. We'll add all of those. I'll get rid of the erase tool. I want to check if this actually makes me unable to erase. Now I can still erase, so this is fine. So I just always use the box tool to erase tiles. So now we also have a sprite, a button to mirror flip a tile. And you can easily make rotated spikes this way. So I click it twice, I get upside down, I click it one more time. It's facing left and facing right. And that's how you rotate tiles. So let's start this level. Let's have him start on some grass. Maybe on an island. And what should this be? This is just an example. I shouldn't really be too detailed about this, but let's make some platforms. Let's add a bit of detailing. Some more here. And then we'll add some enemies here a bit later. So this is where we want our special item to be. So figure out how this is supposed to look. So I kind of wanted to curve in here and then have some kind of cave here like that. So we got it like that, and then we make it filled in. So to make this look a bit better when it's in the camera view, you can add an extra layer here, so you can only see the side wall and not a double-sided wall like this. And we can add this vertical wall here so that the player does not go over it. Let's see, so we have like a little bend here. And we can add some spikes here. So let's add some normal spikes. You can rotate these to be sideways. Okay, so we have our little element here. But now we need to add the special item. So because it's an object, we go to prefabs, and then it's in items over here. Don't worry about these. Our special pickup, drag it onto the scene, it gets added to the objects tab automatically. So, and now that we have it here, it also has grid snapping. If grid snapping does not work for you, this is important, this needs to be set to global so that it moves in global space, and this magnet here also needs to be checked. Like so. This can be either center or pivot, but pivot rotates it around the intended point, which this also is important for placing enemies and stuff. So let's just have it be here. And let's add some maces to this section. So we have, like, this is a mace, and again it's added to objects. We'll have it be here, and in the inspector tab here we can change its radius up to 7. We'll make it 5, and its speed will be 2, with its angle, let's say 0.7. Also, hey, hello, Nyamiki. We've got our mace here. Now we can add maybe semi-solid. So to add a semi-solid, you need to change your active tile map to SS map. We'll add it here. Then we will, let's say we'll add a second one over here. And to get up here, we'll have a ladder. So to add a ladder, go to the climbable active tile map and select your ladder. And then we go down. And this is how you make a ladder. So yeah, this isn't too challenging right now, I don't think. It might be a difficult jump to make here, so we'll have maybe a bit of ground here. Let's say like 2 tiles over here. Okay, so that's our special segment here. So let's do this part here, this horizontally scrolling one. I kind of want this to be connected. So we'll do something like this. We'll do a very low part here. It's like it's falling almost. You need to make a very low jump. So this will be connected with the second half here. We'll make this suspended on a single tile on this side. Add a semi-solid platform here. And to get up to this ladder, you will need to make this jump here. That's a little bit tricky. You won't be able to get up here from a normal jump, I don't think, so you'll have to like go up to here and then jump around and then go to the top. Oh, and I've been doing this on the wrong tile map. It's a good example, actually. You need to be doing these on the correct tile map. You can tell by the tiles not connecting that this was on the wrong one. So we've got this, and got it like that. Let's add some more spikes to this side here. Actually, I think it looked better like this. Yeah. So we'll test this out later if it's possible, but it should be. So now let's add some more semi-solids over here. There's one here. We've got this part here. And another semi-solid here. Now what I kind of want to make like a tunnel you have to go through, so I'll do that next. It's a bit of a long level for this game, but it's fine. Just an example. It's gonna have this little alcove over here. Like so. This is just a bit of detailing. And then we will go down to the bottom. Sort of. We'll add a ladder here. Go down. And we may have some ghosts over here to move. So we'll have those ghosts be like over here. So add some semi-solids on this side. Set it to be here. And over here we're just gonna make like a little maybe chain jump off of ladders. Get to the top. Let me think. And make like a building part for this. So add like solid ground here. Then we add some of these blocks and just kind of naturally transition it. And we'll have a wall here. So just like that. So it'll be like a house section. I'll add some spikes on this one. All right. And we'll add some ladders. Remember to set the correct tile map. Okay, and now we'll add a semi-solid here. Delete this top one. Okay. We can add another maze here in a moment. Okay, got something here. Let's add like a pit here as well. We need some pits. One is fine. So now we got this part here. This is just the end, so we'll add like some loading blocks here and surround them with spikes. Now I'll show you how to move an entire part of a level. So you want to take this arrow tool, select this, don't worry about the inspector getting selected, go back, select this move selection, and this way you can move all the tiles around. So let's do something cool here. Let's make the player have to jump through those two parts here. Like so. This is a very difficult level for World 1, but that's just the kind of levels I make. I'll get rid of these spikes, just so you don't get hit for wall jumping. Yeah, so we've got this, and let's replace these with the X spikes. Yeah, so we've got that. And pretty sure you fine with this. So we've got our level layout done. What we'll do maybe here is decoratively make this look a bit nicer. Just make sure this is okay. Yep, so we've got our layout. Let's play it like right now. Let's save, Control S. You can actually get here even without using the thing for it. Alright. Let's slow down that maze. Set it to 1 speed. And make this harder to get to. Alright, let's make this a bit higher so you have a bit more room to do it on this side. Yeah, like that. Let's try it now. And we can now get up here. And we can fall down. Now let's try this jump. Oh, I died. And it does respawn me in this level. If you don't want that to happen, I'd recommend replacing the level at this point. So what I'm gonna do is go to build settings and add my open scene. Add my open scene to the scenes in build. Go up to the where this is. It doesn't matter what part what index of the scene is. I just like doing this for convenience sake. And I can disable this world here. And in the world scriptable objects, that is in world 1, We can set this to be 1-1A. Now if I die here, it restarts me on this level. So we have successfully replaced the level. And let me just check real quick how what the letter is saying to me. It wasn't letters saying anything to me. It was some global announcement on a random server. So let's replace this level, this level's name. Let's set it to like, I don't know, like get down on it. And now the name will be replaced. It's a bit difficult to do that first section. You can do it, but it's kind of more difficult than I would have liked. We have this ladder here, then this section up, this building section. I need to move this back a bit. You do get hit quite easily here. Let's see. Need to move this wall back by like 1 tile. And also to make this more easy to spot, so make it like, let's add this here as well. Yep, and make this jump easier by removing this part here. Yep. Okay. This looks a lot better. Let's try it again. I'm not gonna go for the maze this time. Yeah, that's way easier when it's like that. Let's try this now. I missed it, but it's fine. So we've got our basic level layout here. What does this sound like? Big shot, wait, what? This is Mega Man X SNES. I mean, you can read what it is. I forgot I had that enabled. So let's add some enemies now. Enemies are added in the same way as you add items. So they are in this folder here. Clear this. So let's get rid of, deselect this tool, and let's add a trash bug at first. And here's the difference between pivot and center. If this is done like this, then he's stuck inside the ground. And it does work in most cases, but it looks ugly, so make sure it's centered around the pivot. If you want him to start like by facing left instead, then just set his scale to be -1, and he will be facing the other way. I want the starting platform to look a bit nicer, so I'll just trim off some of these edge bits here. Alright, let's add some other enemies. So I can have another trash bug here. Now the cool thing here is that when a trash bug reaches the edge of a camera scene, it will turn around no matter what. Which means that they will stay on the screen, they will not transition between screens. I think 2 trash bugs is more than fair. We'll add a co-cactus here. I just always call them plants, but that is their actual name. And we'll add a red skull here. And we can change how far he travels in the red skull behavior. Actually, just in the sine move between relative points. You can see by the red line, it's indicated how far he's going to travel. So if I set it to -6, +4, this is how far he's going to travel now. And I can change his speed to be 2. So if I go to this section now, he's moving pretty fast. I don't think there's any skulls that have a different speed variable than their base one though. But you can edit it pretty easily. Okay, so I think this is good for enemies on this section. For obstacles, yeah, there's lasers and the maces. I don't really want either of those. We have the targets as well. I might show the target actually. So like, I'm not sure. Or I could add the targets actually. Well, I'll show you how to use them. So you place it like a normal object in a scene. So like place it here, and we'll add the lock blocks. These go on the main map again. Let's add these locks like here, like that. And just so something cheeky happens here, we can block this off as well. Now to make this target actually start a chain reaction, we need to set what tile it points to. So this is set to 0, 0. You can move this by just going left and right, and the red line points to which object it starts on. So let's set it to -3 here. Now we have our target. Let's shoot it, and it starts a chain reaction. Pretty simple to use. Let's get rid of this. I don't need it. And as well. Okay. So let's add some more enemies here. I want to add some maces in this section. So let's set this one's radius to, let's say, 4. And angle to like, again, bottom. Let's Control C, Control V to copy paste. And we'll add a second one in here. And then we will... I don't think we need much more in this section. We'll add a health pickup. So these are no gravity 1-ups and no gravity health. I'll add since in Light World enemies drop health, you don't really need to add like extra health lying on the ground, but you can if you want to. I think instead what I'll do is I'll add another trash bucket that drops health in this section here. So yeah, let's put one here. Actually, I want to check something. This never happens in the game. but I want to check out if this will work. In theory, this should work, but I want to check. Oh damn, I got hit. Okay, it does not. I'm guessing there's something... Yeah, because it's checking its bottom value instead of the top one. Like, okay. Yeah, this does not work, unfortunately. Let's just place it on the ground then. And you can mix these light world enemies with dark world ones, there's nothing stopping you. And I think this is okay over here. Over here we'll add some ghosts. Excuse me. Oh, Castlevania, nice. Okay, we've got 3 ghosts. And I think there is a way to make them fire with delay. Let me just check real quick. This is something that's not actually set. No, okay. If you want to make them shoot with delay, you can just change this value to be like, you can do serialize field float initial fire delay. That was 1.8 float. And then replace that here with this. And now I can control how fast the ghost will shoot initially. So this middle one, I can make it shoot like half second faster, so 1.3. Yep, okay. This semi-solid kind of looks out of place. I'll change it a bit. Place it here, and for the player's troubles, for killing all the ghosts, we'll add a no gravity one up here. And now we have this section. I want to add some more skulls in here. So we'll do one here and another one here. Make this one face the other direction. Well, it doesn't matter because they face the player, so we'll just swap the left and right. So 3 and -3. And just because we can, we'll add some spikes to the floor in the middle here. And then up here we'll add some co-cactuses. There will be a healing one here. Set it to -1. Actually, for the sake of the tutorial, I'll add some anti-redos here. Because the way they are spawned is a bit less intuitive. To just place them here, this is where you want them to activate. Just have them be like on this level and they will spawn 5 of them. You can spawn up to 10 of them, but this is never changed in the game. You can do it though, and you can change where the trigger box for their spawning is. this is their trigger box, so you can change the offset to be like, let's say I want it to be like a bit to the side of him, like when you get on top of the ladder here, like 0.5, set the Y value to 2 and this to negative 2.5. And this is where they will spawn if you touch this box here. It's like 0.8, so you have to be at the top of the ladder. And up here we'll have there's one more thing I want to try, which is sideways cactus. Or wall cactus, I guess. Another unusual thing, probably not going to work with the bullet spawning, but we'll see. And this area here is a little bit empty, so let's just add like a single trash bug here. Alright, and let's play the level. Remember to save, because this engine can crash when you least expect it. Oh, and you can just get up here still. I'll have to fix that. What is this mace's speed again? It's mace. This one? I believe it is, yeah. Speed is 1. Okay. It's fine. Alright, and our ghosts, as you can see, they're shooting in different delays because of the thing I did. Okay, yeah. And the third ghost, you get a 1-up. You can do some diagonal aiming stuff here. Now you could just jump up here, but if you touch this spot here, here come the anti-redos. There they all go. They're all dead. Just go, okay, no, it doesn't work. Going to shoot up instead. Does somewhat work though. And you go to the exit. Let me check something though. Because these ones, they yeah, this is another thing I forgot to mention. If you have trouble selecting an object, like I just did, you can turn off some objects from being selected. Like by this hand icon here, you can disable which objects are selectable, like the heads-up display and the background. You don't really want to select that by default. And now that I've deselected all of those, I can just click on this and it works. But let me check this real quick. Maybe there's something I can do here. Some custom scripting. Yeah, okay. I want to test this. I'll move this guy to the start here. And oh yeah, before I forget also, I'll replace this with a solid, some solid blocks instead. Just leave the semi-solids by the ladder. So just like this. There we go. Okay, let's see this. Maybe we can just do transformed outright. but in my experience this often did not work. So this may not even be a good solution. If it doesn't work, I'm not really gonna go too deep with this. Are we going to get an engine crash? I think it's just taking a while because it's confused. Oh wait, I think, oh yeah, okay, I moved the renderer, not the actual object. That's also something that can happen. Wait, especially when you click an object multiple times. You see how it's switching between the main one and the renderer, and I moved the renderer without realizing it. Now it should work. Yeah, so it is working somewhat. It's like moving it forward. Yeah. That's how it's supposed to look. I don't remember it like popping out of the ground, unless it's just like an effect that it has. Yeah. Let's just revert this. There is a way to do that, but that would need like a custom enemy. So let's just have like a normal one. But I believe if it's upside down, maybe it should work. Let's see. Okay, yeah. So an upside down cactus is not off the table. So let's add an upside down one here. And have this selected as a pivot. It's supposed to be at center. Oh, I think this, yeah, this one has a bit of an offset to it, doesn't it? Yeah. Okay. Now this makes sense. Now it's properly aligned. Alright. So this will work. So now we can move on to decorating the level. Since we know this level tile set's not going to be really changing, we can go to main map dark and select copy down here. This will make a duplicate of our tiles to the other layer. So this will give our level that 3D effect. So now that we have this, we can add some more decorations. So we have our deco background. This is very stressful music. Alright. Let's see, so we can add like the moon for the 6th background, and it's gonna scroll. This is from stage 3. So if you want to have a scrolling moon, you can, and we'll do that. You can even have the city. This is background 3, I believe. Just a complete fucking mix of everything. Yeah, this looks normal. Then in the front of that was background 2. This is actually the further layer though, this one. So it's just going to be planets. And let's set the sky while we're here to like, I don't know. What could we set it to? Not this. Set it to night, I guess. Actually, it can be this, I guess. Like a weird mix of things. Okay, so let's add the prop. Let's go to the props tab and we'll add some decorative tiles. So you have props, decorative background 1, decorative background 2, and foreground. So to this one, let's add some of these decorative grass. You can also add some normal tiles on this layer, though it doesn't always look right. So I usually just stick to these. So it's, yeah, I've got some grass here. And, oh yeah, this was still accessible, right? Disable, get rid of it on both of these tiles. And get this main map up here going. Right, and now go back to the decorative one. Like so. Got some grass from the bottoms. Over here we can add some that's like going and covering the entire level. While I'm doing this, Echo, if you're here, if I can use your assassin sprites to show off the sprite skin that I'm gonna be doing later. Because I figured you'd need it to have it work with those sprites anyway. And for this one we can add this brick one instead. Like so. Okay, thanks. These can just float. It's fine. Same with here. Hope with all my soul they actually work. They look like they will. Alright, so I don't need to do anything out of bounds here, except here maybe to make it look a bit better. Okay, and here we can also go to the main map dark and add some of our own dark background, which I will do for this section here. I think it looks nice. Just be wary that when you select copy, it will erase all your placed tiles. And let's add some windows in here. Got that going. And over here, this little split. And let's add some more decorative grass. prop, decorative background. Okay, yeah. Like so. I think on the props this will render over it. Yeah, it does. We can have it be like this. Haunted cave, little creatures in the cave. Alright, and this one will just speed this up a little bit. Let's go to decorative background and just make a room in here. And let's add some windows. Go over here and two over here. Make some narrow ones here. And no windows in here. Actually, I'll move this entire thing to the left. So I like it a bit more symmetrical this way. Did the song just restart? Okay. And this part here, okay. Not much to do here. I think I'll even make this dark, but I'm not sure. Not sure what this building I'm doing here is supposed to be, but it doesn't really matter. Oh, that guitar. That's good. Okay, so we've got some basic detailing. Now we can add some props. So we use our mirror tool here to place this lamp somewhere, maybe? Let's add it like here. There's this big lamp here which looks like it's holding up a grenade, or a grenade just hung itself. Is this even from the first one? Yeah, it is. We have some trees here, so we can place a couple of those. And of course you can mirror the trees as well. You can even make them grow out the side if you're feeling adventurous. Let's add some big mushrooms to this start area. That was a beehive, oh. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I just assumed it was a lamp. But who knows? Let's not overdo it with the details on this one. Let's have there be like some smaller mushrooms around here. Maybe a lamp sticking out of this one. I'll add a lamp here so this is more noticeable. Okay. And let's add some mushrooms to this cave as well. This is Joe and Mac, I can tell. And these always looked like sea algae. I never actually said that word out loud, wow. Let's add one more tree here. Like a transitional tree. And in here, we didn't do any decorations in here, so let's maybe place some grass over. So. Not too much. I know this might be too much, but it's okay. A lush green death trap. Okay, we've got all this. I think we're good on props. So we'll add some of these brick details here. And this goes on the foreground one, so it can render on top of the tiles. Does this work again? Random brush. I actually used this. Like that, okay. You can set the number of tiles and this speeds up the process. This is actually working. Hang on, I think I need to be using the brush for this. Okay, I see. So this, when you have this selected, it picks the random tiles. So we can add some random bricks all around. Is that a different one? You can even mirror them if you want to. Alright. Some random bricks in here. I love that little riff. Alright, and now we pick some more random tiles. Add these two as well. These are for the grass. And we're adding some more. These aren't that visible, but I'm placing some ground detailing right now. Add some more here. And on this side as well. A bit too much, actually erase this and do it again. A bit less. There we go. And someone here. Alright. And that's our level, basically. Oh, I didn't detail this. And this part here. Yeah, and I think this is done. We've got this. Let's play it one more time. Let's play it with the actual sounds, maybe. Unmute the audio here.
Blast. Blast. Blast.
Okay, I fell.
Blast.
What the hell? Don't tell me that still happens. Alright, let's try get it up here. You can just barely make it up there, goddamn. I'll need to make that semi-solid shorter.
Blast. Blast.
Okay, that was scary.
Blast.
And up here come the anti-redos. That was our 1-1 replacement. And now we're in 1-2. Okay, let's make this semi-solid shorter, and balance doesn't really matter, but still. Let's make this here. Yeah, this should be okay now. Level is insane, it's so great. This is why I didn't make any of the levels.
Blast. 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 Blast.
Alright, so one thing I want to check just outside of the tutorial, just give me a second. No, this is all it should be. Oh well. So, we've made a level. Is Leather messaging me this time? He sent me Obama. Okay. So we've made a level. We've done everything here. We've replaced the levels. So here's how custom level was made. And I'll also show you how to make a dark world variant for a level. So we'll take this. We'll do Control D, and this is gonna be 8-1, and same as before, we need to add this to the build settings. Add open scenes. I'm not even gonna bother putting it up there, but I will get rid of the original one. By the way, you can also just edit the normal levels just by going inside the scenes and editing them that way. That's also possible, and it's easier to do than making a whole new level from scratch. This is just the way I do it. So yeah, 5-1 dark mode, and save this. Even replace the music with World Free Dark. And where is the thing I wanted? Scenes 1, and yeah, this one. Okay, and now we'll need to change some stuff. If you're just making this from a template, then you will have all the stuff already. But if you're not, then we'll be replacing the player with player dark over here. Okay, yeah, I see. Copy the position. You can copy the entire component and place it and paste it here. Now we have a dark world player. In the background, let's change the sky to like 4. And we'll copy the background from a different dark world level, like I don't know, scenes, editor and templates. Let's do world free dark template. Copy this background. And where did I place it? It was in custom. So delete this one, place this one. Now we have the background from world free. And now we have to replace the enemies. So what I do is I don't do anything because I didn't make these levels, but I'll just place them over the other enemies, and this is game, not scene view. So we'll just do this for now. Skull dark. So this is -6 and 4. Over here this can stay the same. Here we have the heal cactus. Crashbug dark heal. And now we have these dark ghosts which will need to be also replaced. I think I'll set 2 instead of 3 for this one. And make them go asynchronously from each other. And let's make this one a fire like half second earlier. So over here are dark skulls. Same as before. And dark anti-Ritos. Now I'll copy this box collider. Be the same over here. And like that. Actually, let's make like 8 of them instead. There's another blood bug, and we need one more cactus. So now that we have our new enemies, we can replace the old ones. We're this first batch, so see ya, and now they're all gone. So these are all our enemies. And now the props are gonna be placed as well. This one, bit of a mishmash, to be honest, but it's okay. These don't have dark variants. Are there any props here? No. By the way, I'm moving around like this by holding scroll movement, and this I zoom in and out by also scrolling the wheel. I got this. Replace these mushrooms. This is this tree. And that's all the props done. Oh wait, the sideways tree is still the same. There we go. Alright, that's all the props, and that's the Dark World variant done. It's a bit weird that the sky is in daylight, so I'll change that at least. And here's the Dark World. If I restart the level here, I'll go back to 1-1. Let's die instantly 5 times. Need to close this again. Right. Let's see how this plays. Oh, that was a near miss. Oh yeah, and you also need to replace the level layout a little bit, I believe. Because it's supposed to be easier platforming versus harder enemies.
Blast.
Wow, okay. Let's change the level geometry a little bit. Go back to the editor. Wait, so... Oh yeah, this is also something that can be used, and it's even better, to be honest, than the other one. So let's just set this here instead. I forgot about this, to be honest. Alright, is that everything? Yeah, okay. So let's do copy again, and this should get rid of the other ones. I missed some here. Main BG. There we go. Okay. Let's make the platforming a little bit easier then. So I basically forgot that there's a different dark main map. So let's get rid of these spikes here. And I'll extend this. Actually, no, the challenge here is supposed to be the same, so I'll keep it like that. But I'll add this, get rid of the semi-solid, and this platforming here, I'll remove this, and add a main map down here. Like so, and I'll lower this by that amount. I need to deselect these again. Right. And these props can go down as well. Okay. Now I'll remove one of these ghosts and just keep one. I think the moving makes up for this quite a bit. And I'll replace this one up with a health pickup instead. Remove these spikes also. And it should be okay. Okay. You can also make some spikes bloody by just replacing them like this. Nothing really to it. You don't even have to do it, to be honest. I'll replace some of these though. The long one. Make one side, one bloody. Go. Not go too overboard with this. This seems like a proper Dark World level. Let's switch back and forth and see the differences. We have our entire level like this. Go to scenes, custom, save. So here's our light world and dark world. Let's play this level then. This time it should be okay. Oh, I could show that they're harmless. Yeah, I'll do that. Okay, you can get up there still. This is easier. Forgot to remove the semi-solid. Oh, wait a second. This I cannot forgive. This main map, I need to update this. We've updated it. There shouldn't be any more flying stuff over here. Okay, there isn't. And the semi-solid needs to go. Alright, let's try again. And let's set our start lives to 0. Okay, why does he keep falling off there? I think it's because it's not in the wall. Maybe the... okay, yeah, I think this needs to be like connected here so that it can actually transition. That's like a Unity thing. But this should be okay now. Because that's how it is in every other part of the game and I haven't seen it happen there.
Blast.
Yeah, it's working, I think. Okay, we get some health here. All good.
Blast.
I'm scared of these anti-Ritos now. Wow, I killed all of them. Alright. So let me show those spikes then. I'll go to the test level for this. Special... no, that's in editor. Scenes... test 2. So let's place some spikes around and I'll show you what I mean. If we do it like this and on the other side, I could wall jump off of these, and if I place them like this, I will be able to walk on them. So here we go. I'm over here. Okay, I fell. As you can see, I can wall jump off of the insides of these spikes. And I can walk on these. This is never used in the game, but you can do something with this if you feel like you can. Could be interesting. Yes, I haven't showed bobblehead jump scare yet. If you want that, You have to pay me $5. I'm just kidding. Okay, let's see the head. Now, there's an interesting thing with the head. In the script, there is a specific condition where if his head is too far away from him, it will just teleport to the proper position. And this was a bug with the Suicide Mouse boss, where I had if he screen wrapped, the head would like go across the stage to the other side where Jumpscare was. So it was a bit of a mess. But yeah, I believe the higher this value is, the more he snaps. Okay, no, I need to make this like 10. Okay, oh, I moved my mic a bit, I'm sorry. Here's bobblehead Jumpscare. You can see the head keeps sort of teleporting. If I change this value maybe to be like 7, because 7 still for a screen wrap, that's still fine. So let's set it to 10. Alright, let's see. If I set the speed to like 1, it's gonna go. His head is just gone. And it keeps teleporting towards him because his body keeps getting away. Okay. Great. So one more thing to show on this stream. That's gonna be the sprite skins. So let's go to the boss fight with Assassin, which is in A11. Alright. Imagine if you could throw his head. That's probably a game someone already made. Alright. So let's import the graphics first. I had them open somewhere. Yeah, okay. So to import graphics, let's make a new folder here, just so I know these are custom ones. Custom. And the way you do this is you just drag them onto the inside Unity, and it creates the files. And now I'm gonna show you a trick to get these to be their proper values. So let's go to characters, bosses, and the assassin. Right click and go to show in Explorer. And it's opened on a second window for me. Here, grab this meta file and copy it, and go back to custom and show this folder in Explorer as well. It's in here. So just get rid of this meta file, replace it with the one you copied, and make sure this is the same name as well. So Assassin Dark. And this should work as is. It's going to give you a warning, but it should give you a proper ID. So let's see, yeah, and because we copied the meta file, it now is, all the sprites are the same as they are in the original one. If you open the sprite editor, you can see that they are all the same, except I can see that there's some conflicting in the idle animation, but that can be easily fixed. Like stuff like this, you can easily make this normal. You see how many tiles I went forward, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Width is 64. Okay. The rest. Okay, these two, I can't really fix this one. Other than that, it's okay. We're just gonna have a bit of conflict. But still okay. It's still pretty good, like even like this, it's alright. Let's go 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1. And yeah, this is fine. I can hit this like 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Change this to pixels so this is a bit easier to see. Okay, 13. This is 1, 1, and 1. Most important thing is the pivot stays in the same spot. And this 1, 2. So we got that. I think if you shorten the shoe here, this would fit. But this is just to explain how to do this. So let's close this, and we'll do the same thing for the portraits. So characters, portraits, dialogue assassin, and go back here. And copy the name like that, and it's gonna be easier to replace. Okay, so I've got this. It's gonna give us the same warning that it's conflicting, but it's fine. I think this one might have okay, no. I can move this a bit. Yeah, these are conflicting a little bit, so I'll just cut his hand here. But it's okay, you can fix this pretty easily. I did unfortunately make them pretty tight around the rims, so that not that much fits outside of them. This one fits perfectly though. And this. And I can make this fist normal. We'll just not use this part of the sprite. So we've done this. And for the dialogue, it's pretty simple, because all we need to do is just replace these sprites here with these ones. Like so. And they're replaced, and this will work. The boss is gonna be a bit more tricky, maybe. Go to grid, go to enemies, and assassin. I'm pretty sure all you really need to do is go to the renderer and then add component here and go to sprite skin. There are two of these, but you want the one that looks like this. Okay, and what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna lock this just for convenience sake. I can grab all these sprites and select them here and drag them to the overwrite sprites array. It's gonna add all of them. And I'm gonna do the same for the regular sprite array here. And drag these here. Now this will only work if the lock is set here, because if it's not, then if I select anything else, it's just going to change the inspector. A bit of a little known trick is you can have multiple inspector tabs. If you go to add tab here, you can add another inspector window, and this is good if you want to have something here constantly locked and a second inspector that is free. This is how you do that. But as you can see, it's already working even in the editor. The skin is being applied. And if I save this, you'll get to see it in action. So let's go. It still looks really good, like, even as far as this game goes. I'll set this to full screen, and let me just change pixel perfect scaling. Alright. Yeah, you can see the back sprite a little bit during that crawl, but for not knowing the sprite, like, rectangles, the sprite ranges, this still works really well. And that's it. So I can show you this only works in Dark World, because that's the only boss we did this to. If I go to the scenes and then go to World 1, 111, yep, it's different. So yeah, very nice. I also discovered a bug, which I'm not happy about, but whatever, game's out. Yeah, this is fine. And if you make edits to a sprite, like on the sprite sheet, let's say custom, and here, let's say I have the sprite editor open in a window here, and I put it to this tab. I can open this in the inspector, or in the explorer, sorry. If I edit this with, like, say, paint.net, and I make, like, let's say I need one sprite to, like, I want to fix this, for example. Let's go to here, and this sprite takes up this section here. I need to move her couple of pixels so that this is aligned better. Yep, and if I save this now, it's going to be updated in the inspector, so you can check if everything is okay here. And because this side here is not used, I can just change this to be like this. And now it's it should work even better. And you can even really see that I cut off his hand a little bit. Yeah, I've discovered that if you are on the pause screen, it still accepts inputs. But whatever. So let's see these now. I'll set the game speed to be like 0.1 so you can really see it. Where's the speed? Project settings. Window sizes that it shows me. Let's do wait here. A 0.1. All right. Need to set the speed back again. What's the cheat for the strong weapons again? It was like challenge, right? Well, that seems fine. I think Denny's asked me something earlier. I don't know if he's still here, but let me see. How to make like a simple enemy as well. I'm not sure if I'm gonna be doing this today, but let's see. I could make like a trash bug that spews bullets. That's an ice bug, but well, let's make an ice bug that shoots forward. Maybe I can do that. Let's see. Well, I still have my voice. Test 2. So let's say I want an ice bug that shoots forward. Ice bug dark is this one. And yeah, he does have a death event. Bullet shooter, enemy hit. Forget how I did them again. Let's see. Let me check their animator. To the side maybe? It uses the stomp sprite for that. Interesting. So which one did this again? Right skin. If I disable this, by the way, it's going to be just a normal trash bug. And maybe that's what we want, so, you know. Disable only shoot from behind, and to figure out which thing makes him stop and shoot. Hang on. The way to do this easily. Check which thing the console is giving me errors for. There it is. So shoot to repeat. Fair enough. Reset sequence. Okay. So basically it does this if there is a bullet shooter, which you don't really need to worry about then. They've got this, and what we want to do is, I believe, change this bullet. Let's do like a normal enemy bullet and no impact sample. Okay, let's see this. And if I set this to none, it should just shoots nothing. Okay. Let's see. That was source point. I do. Okay. So let's do like a blood bug bullet and a normal red impact. Red bullet impact. And we can overwrite where he shoots from. Yeah, the bullet source. Okay, this just shoots on spawn, so let's like make a prefab variant of this, which does not explode on spawn. So we make a prefab variant and call that one instead. We'll put the music back on. So you make this variant instead. And let's see, let's make this like a normal enemy bullet. So destroy on disable, let's set this off. Disable on load, yes. Alright, let's see it. Okay. We can even change the direction it's shooting, I believe. Where's the bullet source? Like local, yeah. I want to see something. This bullet variant. Move to target. Someone please bring that bug to the hospital. I believe these are set by default. instead of making it go towards the player, also the skin, main sprite, so sprites. What I want is the blood bug sprites. Yeah, see, this is what I mean with the locking thing. Skin, lock this, and oh, this will add more. For some reason it's this sprite. Why is it showing me this one? It's in pain. Oh wait, why? No, that's not right. 0, 1, 2, and that one. Right, it needs to be in edit mode and not while the game is playing. Okay. Let's see. I could change it to a different bullet too. Let's say I have some boss exclusive bullet like the tails, like the splitter bullet maybe. How's this gonna work? Hang on, is this not stop on semi-solids? Let me check this real quick. I think I explicitly made it not do that, so... Oh wait, this is still locked, that's why this wasn't changing. Have solid stops. Set it to that. Give it a satchel. I don't think that's gonna work. Okay, now it works. So we've made a custom enemy. Now let's say we want to save this custom enemy. First of all, change its name. It's like main name to like blood bug. I don't know, custom. And what you want to do is save this enemy as something else than the previous one. You can make this a variant or more safely make it an original one. If the enemy has like nothing to do with the original one, then it's better to make it original. But since these are both like based on the actual normal trash bug, I'm making this a variant. And now since we made this a variant, we can place multiples of him. And now we'll have two. Set this to global so I can snap them. And now we have two of them. So yeah, custom enemy. I mean, as close as you will get in the short amount of time I've done this. If you want to see what happens when I give it a satchel, probably not good things, but let's see. Satchel prone. Satchel static. It gave me an error, yeah. Yeah, because it needs to have the bullet shooter object. And I don't think it's gonna work if I give it the thrown one, because those technically are not bullets. Just went flying. I could also make it spawn the eye. Now that's annoying. It's like shitting them out. You can see sometimes he's failing to spawn them. That's because the bullet's still on the level while it's trying to shoot another one. So the easiest way to do this is just add more bullets. Like I am doing right now. It seems like if I do free, it should be okay. So let's do free. It's pooping eyes. Just like God intended. Let's make like a dark cactus spawn those. So we have this, and it shoots them. It's just using the basic ones, so what we'll do instead is make it shoot the eyes. I think that would be pretty epic. And red impact, I think this should be still okay. Oh ho ho. Okay. Let's spawn the red impact. Red bullet impact. Died on a spike, my god. We can add like... We can make it shoot a splitter, which... There is a way to make a splitter shoot out a splitter, but you should not make it shoot out itself, because that will crash the game. Oh, wait a second, I set it to the impact instead of the bullet. That's how you know I'm tired. Okay. Alright. Let's see what happens if we make it shoot the ice bullet. Actually, it looks pretty cool. Oh, that also looks pretty cool. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, there's fairly decent customization you can do. Let's make it shoot knives. Oh my god, imagine. Mr. Mix bullets. Pretty sure this is classified as just a standard one. Except it's slow. The image plant. Splitter bullet variant. Okay. But let's say, okay. Happy Mouse. There's something I need from Happy Mouse. I just want to test something out. This is in Enemies Boss Mickey. By the way, these orbs are just where ice can spawn during his fight. I want his piano. Fine, just a new one. And this cocact is gonna have this piano. And let's say, okay, main event, or is there a way I can do def event? Sure, I could. Main event, generic adapter, there we go. So def event, piano, game object, set active true. Oh Christ. And this piano can just spawn anywhere, so like, let's make it spawn here. Now that's funny. Classic gag. We can make Stimpy an actual boss, like I can place him here, and let's say, let's give him the piano. Okay, so when you shoot him, just going to spawn like 2 pianos. So 1 and 2. Lock this again. So this one and this one. Set active true. And set active true to the second one. New secret boss fight. Oh no, he's immortal. Wait, how did this happen? Wait a second, what? Why are you immortal now? Two? Even. He cannot be killed. How did this happen? I have no idea. What level is he even on? 1-8, right? Is there something I'm missing here? Okay, why does this one work but the other one does not? There's no overrides. What? So why is it okay? Scenes 10+2. He's only killable in one room. Maybe it's something not being carried over. You know what? In that case, let's just move this one to the other level. Here. That's amazing. What happened to the pianos? Why can't he only be killed on this level? I don't understand. And where are the pianos that I was promised? I think it's because he disappears. Yeah, he disappears. I need to make the pianos like have no parent. Like that. There we go. Worst boss ever. Alright. Parentless pianos. Yeah. There's one more thing I wanted to cover before I stopped, and that was making the enemy healable or give health. And that is in test 2 again. So let's say we want this cactus here to be healing. So I'll show you what a healing enemy looks like. Look at some differences and how to make this one also heal the player. So let's close all these. You can easily see. This one has an item drop component, and in the renderer it has a different material. And I'm pretty sure that's the only difference. Yes. So it has the material and it has an item drop script added, so we add this to it, and then we add the item drop. And honestly, this could drop anything. It doesn't have to be helpful. But just for sake of showing, let's do it like this, and oh yeah, and I forgot that it's animated while it's evaluated. What are you even saying? When it's dying, I believe I need to actually make it invoke the item drop. There you go. So this is important. So when it dies, item drop item. Why did Fimpy just drop pianos? Whoa. Oh, I think because it's this one still had the reference to the piano on the scene. That's why. I forgot he was here, to be honest. So now it's dropping bones, it's dropping health. So now we have item drop normal, item drop dark. What if it just dropped another co-cactus? And that's what you get. Double enemy. You could make like invincible enemies this way by making an enemy drop himself on death, but that would ramp up your kill count, I believe, to like impossible levels. So yeah, let's make it drop some knives. Let's make it drop a knife, maybe 0 velocity. I don't think it's going to work like this because it's not actually invoking the bullet being shot, it's just spawning it. So it spawns the knife, but it doesn't really do anything with it. That gives me an idea. Let's make it spawn a satchel. Even better, just spawn the satchel itself. That's fun, isn't it? In both cases, just a satchel spawns on you. And I'm not sure what this is going to do. Wow, I was this close to getting hit by it. Likewise, you could also make it spawn a static pre-knife, I believe. I think this should work, maybe. It might be in the air though. Okay, it spawns a knife. It's like spawning a spike where you go. You could make it spawn in the ground a little bit if you change where it spawns. Like, let's say this variant here. This. Okay, yeah, okay. If I wrap this around another object, this should work. This is the easiest way to do something like this, so let's do pre-knife static main. And do negative 0.5, so it's a bit in the ground. And save this as like a variant. And now we make the cactus spawn this instead. So now it will spawn it inside the ground. It kinda looks a bit bad on a semi-solid, but on the ground it should be pretty standard, so... Yeah, inconspicuous knife. That drops itself, but killing the second one drops a satchel. Okay, let me show you. So I'll save this as a prefab. I'll show you the concept of an enemy that spawns itself infinitely. So prefab variant. And okay, this one's facing left, so I know it's this one. So yeah. Let's do, what was the god mode command again? Wasn't go to hell, that's the opposite. God, I forget, hang on. Cheat input. God mode. Wananana. Oh, it didn't save. Okay. Supposed to spawn. Oh yeah, and you can make it spawn like in here, like spawn a satchel. So satchel static, and then it overwrites itself with, well, with itself. It's a Scout reference, yeah. let's examine what just happened there. Okay, there's 3 of them here. What did I do? Okay, there's another one here. Okay, now it's okay. So now the first one I killed spawns another one, and this one spawns a satchel. Yeah, he says that, the scout says that when he drinks the bong and it gives him like a god mode for a few seconds. Anyway, let's make this one spawn itself to show you exactly how dangerous this is. Oh, these ones are like invincible. Yeah, okay. Right. What is this enemy that it spawned? This fucking phantom. What is this? What is this? Doesn't even like respond or anything. Interesting. I'm not sure why this is happening, to be honest. If I make it drop a different one, will that work? So I guess when it drops itself, there's something being lost in translation, I think. When it's just once, it's fine, but when it's referencing itself, I think something's going wrong. Yeah. The menace. Oh, you know what would be funny if it spawned the fucking small town figure out of itself? It's like 1 AM. I was supposed to stop streaming an hour ago. Whoa. How did that happen? Oh, because they're the spawn velocity. Let's make it face this direction. Okay, and let's see like how... God. I'm having way too much fun with this, but you see some possibilities for expanding this. I believe, this is one last thing, but I believe this also works for the bosses, because they use the same system as the enemies, they just have its flag set that is whether or not it's a boss. So I think, if I go to the assassin, there should be a thing here that's like hit event. So for this item drop, you drop item, which means every time it gets hit it's going to spawn something, and that something is probably going to be a satchel. I think that will be very funny. Let's see, effects. No, that's not what I want. Bullets, boss exclusive. Alright. Oh, it only does it once. Oh. Damn, okay. Make her spawn herself. Can I even... Is this even going to work? I'm not sure. I mean, with the other one... No! Why does this work? Has the game not crashed at all once? No, it hasn't. That's what I'm shocked about as well. I can make her spawn Bloody Mary. Oh, and it replaces the music as well, that's great. And I believe the knives from the assassin are blocking the actual lasers from the satchels. Yeah, no, it's not. But something else was blocking them. Also, the Bloody Mary kind of works really well in this arena. My god, okay. What else is there funny we can do? Okay, so in this bullet shooter here, he shoots knives. Let's see. I can make her shoot splitter bullets instead. Look at the tails dull ones. Instead of these boomerang ones, it's going to spawn the splitter bullets. And respawn the bouncy bullets from Happy Mouse. Summon a Bloody Mary instead of a letter. Make them spawn each other. Oh, I forgot, god damn it. Alright, you said make them spawn each other. I will have to make a variant of Bloody Mary to do that, so give me a second. Enemies, boss. Let's make a variant. Hit event. Item drop. Assassin. Actually, I'll save this as a variant. And this Bloody Mary will spawn this variant specifically. And this Bloody Mary variant will go here. And this will spawn Bloody Mary variant. Okay. I have no idea what this is going to cause. wait, I didn't assign it to be it. Yeah, okay, I forgot to set this. So you set it, go up here. Bloody Mary variant. Drop item. And apply this to the prefab. Okay, this should be applied already. I hope they spawn infinitely. That's the idea. You can never win. Okay, she's flying. I think she has a spawn velocity set. And she left. Okay. Yeah, drop item velocity is set to 5 instead of 0. That's why she just flew away. We've spawned 3 of them. Oh no, she spawned up there. How is this going to work? There's 2 Bloody Marys. Wait, the other one fixed itself. Now the assassin is up there. The Jumpscare, this is not the time. What is going to happen now? Wait, is the ending sequence going to activate? No! No, what is going to happen? Okay, I died. What? I am so confused. What happened? Why does it restart the stage? Oh, it's cause I got sent out of bounds. Because it probably sends me below the level, okay. Rouge just kills you instantly. Oh my god. What are these free errors? Okay, yeah. Amazing. I could be here all night, but I really need to go to bed. But I think I've achieved everything I needed to. This was very fun. And I think it's time to stop. It's time to stop. Hopefully I've shown you enough that you can try this out yourself. It's a lot of fun to do. Alright, but that's gonna wrap up the stream. Hello chat replay, nice to see you again. It was the real boss fight all this time. It would be very funny if in the ending sequence it just spawns Fimpy instead. I need to eat. Yeah, go eat. But yeah, thank you for watching. This was a fun stream, and I'll try to maybe cut up some of these stream elements as individual videos so it's easier to find them. But for now, I am bidding you farewell, and have a